Donc, addendum, on peut dire additif ou bien addendum.
Addendum.
Ou bien additif.
Quand tu trouves ça, monsieur Adjen?
On note ça.
Vous l'avez
Bylaws qui nous dit règlement.
Oui, règlement. Addendum.
Règlement administratif. Règlement.
Règlement. On va mettre du feu à la baraque.
On brûle même.
On brûle pas. Donc une résolution, des résolutions spéciales. Ouais. Ça legacy là, hier toute la journée n'invini ça, hein? Oui, oui, oui. Mais à un moment, moi, j'ai trouvé Legacy Network, moi.
Oui.
Moi, j'ai trouvé que c'était des réseaux hérités.
Oui.
Mon continue, mon dit pareil, mon réseau hérité. Ou bien des réseaux existants.
Oui.
Anciens, qui
existants,
ont récupéré,
oui.
qui ont gagné. Aux usines héritées, voilà.
Oui.
Quand les dit un mailing
et
là.
Et traditionnel aussi.
En traditionnel aussi. Et si tout ce monde fait qu'ils ont pu causer, à la fin quand on continue à la toilette là.
Mailing list.
Mailing list.
Liste de diffusion.
En liste de diffusion. D'accord.
Pourquoi on dit mailing list?
Ah ouais, moi je dis à lui. Ouais. On va pas tout le moment envoyer comme ça même. Oui, quand on continue à aller là. Toute la salle peut sortir. Là, quelqu'un a profane proposal. Nous fait nos commentaires en ligne, etc. etc. C'est approuvé. Et que t'es là même fini.
Terminé.
Ouais.
On va gagner les tarifs tout le monde.
Oui. Mais moi j'ai fini debout puis aller. Donc on va ajouter un nouvel article, c'est ça? 6.5. Et les bylaws, c'était les règlements. On trouvait ça terme-là, l'entité juridique.
Oui. Legal entity.
Oui. Ou entité légale. Un membre ressource. Associate member is not a resource member of AFRINIC. Un membre ressource, je sais pas.
Membre ressource, même qui vous disait.
Oui.
Ça va durer là, j'ai l'impression. C'est ce qu'on va passer en revue tout ça
Oui.
en détail.
Oui. Andrew fit devant lui, on dirait qu'il grand chef. Aussitôt, il y a que sa cigarette fait fumer là devant tout le monde.
Il pas faire la fumée.
Il n'a la fumée, moi, tu trouves la fumée. Bonne chose
Très léger.
électronique là, ça, oui. Et l'expression là, to pay the relevant setup. Le membre associé, he has paid the relevant setup and membership fees. Moi, plutôt ça setup là, paramétrage.
Non,
Ça pas faire sens. Qui dit qu'elle a une payée?
les frais d'installation, les frais d'établissement.
Tous les frais.
Oui. Les honoraires d'installation, qu'est-ce que je vois? Frais d'installation. Hein.
Frais d'installation.
Ouais, setup ici. Donc, sa réunion-là pour durer jusqu'à 11h. Prenez une break, 10h30 à 11h, et pour durer jusqu'à 12h30.
Là, là.
Mais en même temps, à 11h, supposé
oui.
NOMCOM report. Je ne sais pas ce que c'est ce NOMCOM. Présentation des candidats. 5 minutes par candidat, mon Dieu, ça va prendre 30 minutes de vote. Stabiliser les votes, terminer l'élection, voilà, et c'est terminé. On va le manger dans
Moi, je me fais une crise à l'usine hier. Moi, je dis, mais ici, tu ne vas pas manger parce que si tu n'as pas faim, moi, j'ai bien mangé à l'hôtel. Ah bon? Moi, j'ai dit, même trop manger. Aïe, il n'est pas connu qui vous raconte, moi, qui vous dit à moi.
Mais là, il y a une requinquée hier, vous dites, moi, il va y penser.
Non, il n'est pas là, je mettre du sang hier. Non. Il a juste un petit médicament.
You enjoyed the gala dinner yesterday, so today is going to be our half day. All of the members of AFRINIC, can you sit to this side of the room? Observers on this side. So we're going to start with this special general members meeting. Ballots are available in the room next to the plenary room. So I'm going to leave the floor to the chair now to have the 20 special resolution that AFRINIC proposed to bylaws changes. And after the break, the governance election committee and then the NOMCOM report. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished members. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome each and every one of us to this special general members meeting. And as we have been told by the MC, we have two key issues to deal with. But very quickly, we have the agenda. Before we consider the agenda, I'd like to just apologize that we started this meeting late. I did a check, and my check revealed that so many people enjoyed the gala yesterday, and probably slept beyond the time necessary for breakfast. I am sure the room will be populated soon, but you would agree with me that board members took very little wine yesterday, so they are all up and ready this morning. On that note, please, let me welcome you and ask each and every one of you to welcome yourselves with a round of applause. A round of applause for ourselves, please. All right, so now we review the agenda. Any corrections to the agenda? Seeing no corrections, the chair seeks a motion from the floor to adopt this agenda. Abdallah, please approach the microphone.
Abdallah Omari from Kenik. I propose adoption of the agenda.
Thank you. Any seconder? Wafa, please approach the microphone.
Yes, good morning. I adopt the agenda of today, not yesterday.
Thank you very much. We now move to item 2.0, special resolutions, proposed bylaw changes, special resolutions 1, all the way to special resolution 20. It's my singular pleasure to, at this point, invite and ask to present those resolutions the man who's worked very hard to shepherd these resolutions and bring them to the floor this morning. Please welcome the Chief Executive Officer of AFRINIC, Mr. Alan Barrett. A round of applause for him.
Good morning, members, guests. During the past year, or more than a year really, we've been working on these proposed changes to the bylaws. We hired an external law firm, an independent law firm, which is not ordinarily engaged in advising AFRINIC, so they could be objective. We asked them to look at the way AFRINIC is constituted in terms of the laws of Mauritius. We asked them to look at our existing bylaws. We asked them to look at some of our internal procedures. And they produced a report which went to the board. The board produced a summary report which has been published several months ago. And also arising from that, the board asked the CEO to work on some proposed bylaw changes. I have posted several drafts to the community over the past few months. There has been discussion. I have listened to suggestions from the community and incorporated some but not all of them. And now I will present the proposals. Subsequently, after the presentation, we will vote. You can vote online through the My AFRINIC portal, and I strongly recommend that because the online voting is much easier for the staff to handle. The software can just give us the counts. It's also possible to vote in person with a paper ballot. If you choose to vote with a paper ballot, then you may go to the little room next door here where the election committee staff will assist you. They will verify your eligibility and give you a paper ballot form if you need that. Both the online ballot and the paper ballot have 20 questions, and you can answer yes, no, or abstain to each of those 20 questions for the 20 special resolutions. Each resolution will pass only if we receive a 75% majority vote. Okay, so now let me talk about the individual resolutions. So the first one is to clarify that associate members may not vote. The existing bylaws were difficult to interpret as to whether or not associate members could vote. There were some parts of the bylaws which implied but did not explicitly state that associate members may not vote, and other parts which said that they should not. So this proposal is to clarify that by adding a definition close to the beginning to define an associate member, and to make a very small change in 7.2 part 1. Instead of saying the members shall be entitled at the annual general meeting to do all sorts of things, to say only the registered members and the resource members shall be entitled to do all that. So excluding the associate members from the right to vote, the right to approve, to adopt the financial statements, etc. So that's very simple. We have distributed paper copies of the resolutions. We've put a few on each desk, so you might have to share with your neighbor, but we do have some paper copies. Okay, special resolution number 2. The Companies Act of Mauritius talks about a company having a constitution, but AFRINIC has traditionally talked about having bylaws, and this special resolution seeks to clarify that these two terms may be used interchangeably. They both mean the same thing. So it's just adding or changing definitions near the beginning to define bylaws and define constitution in such a way that it's obvious that they both mean the same thing. Special resolution number 3 is to clarify who can be registered as members of the company in terms of the Companies Act of Mauritius. The Companies Act talks about members of a company. AFRINIC is registered under the laws of Mauritius as a company limited by guarantee. And such a company has members who have the rights that shareholders would have in a normal kind of company. There's also a limit that there may be no more than 25 of them. So in AFRINIC, the 9 directors are registered as members in terms of the Companies Act. This resolution seeks to clarify that the directors should be registered members, and nobody else should ever be registered at the company's office as a member of the company. And also to clarify that if a director leaves for any reason, perhaps because they reach the end of the term, perhaps because they're fired for some reason, removed by a vote, for whatever reason, if a director ceases to be a director, they automatically cease to be a registered member. Okay, so we're trying to clarify that. Next, special resolution number 4, to say that directors must act in the interest of AFRINIC as a whole, regardless of their region. We have 6 directors who come from the 6 sub-regions of Africa that we have defined, and there are some parts of the bylaws which say that the directors should represent their sub-regions. This change seeks to change from represent to be chosen from the sub-regions. So before you're elected or during your election, you come from a sub-region, but after you're elected, once you take your position as a director, you should act in the interests of AFRINIC. If that ever conflicts with the interests of your sub-region, then your duty as a director is to act in the interests of AFRINIC as a whole. So we're seeking to clarify that by changing 1 or 2 words in 13.4 and 13.5, and by adding a new article 13.6. Special resolution number 5, just to split 13.5 into two parts. If you look at 13.5 in the existing bylaws, it contains two paragraphs that aren't really very closely related. The one paragraph talks about the sub-regions, and the other paragraph talks about the election process and the terms of office. If special resolution number 4 passes, then one of the effects of resolution 4 will be to split that into separate articles. But if special resolution number 4 fails, if it doesn't get enough votes, then special resolution number 5 says we'll keep the wording the same, but we'll just split this into split the two paragraphs into two separate articles with separate numbers. Special resolution number 6 is to introduce term limits for directors. At the moment, there's no limit on the number of times a director may be elected. You can come back over and over again for 3 years, another 3 years, another 3 years, as long as you keep on winning the elections. This resolution is to add a 6-year limit for 2 terms, and to say after your 2 terms, you must take a 3-year break before you can come back for another term. Special resolution number 7 is to limit the number of directors who may work for the same organization or reside in the same region. Some people in the community have expressed a concern that we could have too many directors working for the same company. So this resolution will say no more than 2 directors can come from the same company or the same group of related companies. So if you have a parent company with a whole lot of subsidiaries, all of those are related companies, and no more than 2 directors can come from any of them. Also, no more than 2 from the same sub-region. We have 6 directors who come from sub-regions and another 2 who do not, who are not restricted geographically. Now, it could happen that those 2 non-geographical seats both come from the same sub-region, and if you add that on to the director who is specifically chosen from that sub-region, you could have 3. And some people have expressed a concern that that could lead to an imbalance. Other people have said that the members can make up their own mind when they vote. So this resolution will propose changing the rules around there. Number 8 is around conflict of interest. It says that if a director has a conflict of interest or something which could be a conflict of interest, then they must disclose it to the board. Also, if they have a conflict of interest, they must not vote on any resolution that is related to that matter where they have a conflict. And also, the other directors can say that you shouldn't even participate in the discussions. So sometimes you can participate in the discussions, sometimes not, depending on the decision of the other directors. Number 9, to say that no more than 1 key position may be occupied by the same person. If the chairman of the board, the vice chairman, the chief executive officer, and the chief financial officer, if one person ever held 2 of those positions, then this special resolution would say that's not allowed. There must be 4 separate people in those 4 separate positions. Number 10, there are 2 different parts of the bylaws which give methods for replacing directors. And if you read the existing text, it's a little confusing because different methods of replacement are used for different reasons. This bylaw change will reword those sections 13.1 and 13.8 to say that regardless of the reason why there's a vacancy, the method for replacing the director is always the same. The board can fill casual vacancies and the members can elect new directors at the end of a term. There's also a clause that says if you hold an election and there are no valid candidates, then the current serving director gets another 3-year term. This resolution number 10 will also change that. So if you hold an election and there's no suitable candidate can be found, the existing director only gets a 1-year extension, and then you hold another election. Number 11, to remove the ability of the board to disapprove nominations. At the moment, when we have nominations for a board election, there's a step in the bylaws in 12.14 which says that the nominations must be approved by the board. Some people have expressed a concern that this allows the board to exclude good candidates without giving reasons, and this proposed resolution will remove that power from the board. Resolution number 12 is about modification to the bylaws. In terms of the AFRINIC bylaws, changes to the bylaws should go through a special AGMM or a special general meeting like the one we're sitting in right now, and should be approved by a 75% vote of the registered members and the resource members. But in terms of the Companies Act, the shareholders can do that. And the shareholders, if you remember, are the same as the registered members, which is the same 9 people as the board of directors. So even though the bylaws say that changes should come through a meeting like this, the Companies Act says the directors could really do it without asking anybody else. This bylaws change is trying to clarify that we want these bylaw changes to go through a meeting of the resource members and the registered members. There has been a question about whether or not it's legally possible to do this. Regardless of the answer to that, this special resolution attempts to restrict the powers of the board. Number 13, it's about policies introduced by the board. We have 2 ways of making policy in AFRINIC. The normal way, which we've always used, is described in 11.2 and 11.3 of the bylaws. It goes through the policy development process. Policies should reach rough consensus. But there's also another process which we have never used, and that is that the board can make policy without going through that process. And the intention is that if there's ever an emergency, the board can make policy directly. However, the board has to come back to the next members' meeting for that policy to be endorsed. This special resolution says what happens if the community does not endorse the proposal. So the board makes a policy, comes to the community for endorsement, the community says no. This special resolution says what happens in that case is that the policy gets cancelled, but anything that you've already done in terms of the policy remains valid. So if you've already issued some space to somebody under the policy, they don't have to return the space, for example. Number 14, the board has the power to set the fees. This special resolution will say, before they do that, the board has to give 60 days for comments, and after the board changes the fees, the board has to give another 60 days of notice before the new fees take effect. Special Resolution 15 is about the election process. There are 2 parts of 13.4 which talk about the election of members. One is about the regional seats and one is about the non-geographical seats. But they use different words, and that can be confusing. One talks about the NOMCOM and the other one doesn't. So this special resolution will say, let's make these 2 parts of 13.4 both use the same words. Both say that they're elected on the recommendation of NOMCOM and in compliance with the election guidelines. Number 16 is to give the members the power to recall a director. So if the general membership, the resource members, and the registered members are unhappy with the director, then 10% of them can get together to sign a petition asking for an item to be added to the agenda of the next general meeting. The director can be given the opportunity to explain himself, to be heard, and then there can be a special resolution, and if it's passed with a 75% majority, then that director can be recalled. And then, of course, there'll be a vote to replace them. Number 17 is about the approval of the financial statements. The usual process in most companies is that the company prepares the financial statements and discusses them with the auditors, and informally the auditors might suggest some changes, but the end result of that is that the company has financial statements, the board approves and signs the financial statements, the auditors sign their audit report, and then all that is presented to the members or the shareholders at a general meeting, and the general meeting adopts the financial statements. The Companies Act of Mauritius uses the word adopt when it talks about this process, but the AFRINIC bylaws use the word approve instead of adopt. And that's gave us a problem this year because on careful reading of the bylaws, the board believed that they could not sign the financial statements before the members approved. Now, if we pass the special resolution, the board will be able to sign the financial statements, and the members only adopt it later. Then, finally, we have 3 special resolutions about proxy limits. Number 18 is to remove the limit of 5 proxies per person. Currently, the bylaws say no member shall carry more than 5 proxies. This special resolution 18 is to delete that clause. There's also a clause which says that a candidate for election may not carry any proxies. Special resolution 19 is to delete that clause. And special resolution 20, in case number 18 fails, is to clarify. There's been some questions about the interpretation of the proxy limit, whether or not it conflicts with the Companies Act, because the Companies Act lays down how proxies work, and there's a question for which the answer is not very clear on whether or not registered members are subject to the limit. So this special resolution 20 is saying, if 18 fails, then let's at least clarify the wording so we know when the limit applies. It's proposing to clarify that proxies issued on behalf of registered members are not limited, because that might conflict with the Act. Proxies issued on behalf of resource members are limited to no more than 5 per person, because that's the intention of the existing bylaws. And the limit applies to any person carrying a proxy, regardless of whether that person is a member. The current wording of the bylaws talks about members carrying proxies, but in reality, the people who carry proxies are not always members, they can be people. Okay, so that is a summary of the 20 proposed special resolutions. I'm taking no position on whether or not any of these should pass. I'm simply proposing them for the vote. Now I'd like to pass on to the chair to make another statement before we vote, before we open for discussion.
Thank you very much, Alan. Distinguished members, we shall be discussing the resolutions now, but I want us to take into cognizance the fact that we don't have unlimited time. Hopefully, if everything goes well, we want to make sure that at 10:30, we have concluded voting. So that counting goes on when we have tea break, and when we come back from tea break, we just go in to vote for governance committee. On that note, your board has done quite a lot of work on this, and one of the things we would want to humbly recommend, is that members consider passing those resolutions that have direct impact on the ability of the company to be efficient and for us to be productive. And those resolutions are resolution number 1, if you would please take notes. Resolution number 3, resolution number 8, resolution number 12, and resolution number 13. Bear in mind that for any resolution to pass, it needs a supermajority of 75%. And we feel because these resolutions are needed for smoothly running AFRINIC, it makes sense to appeal that we don't just leave it to chance and I don't care. Help us make those resolutions pass. Thank you very much. This also means in discussing and debating the resolution, what we agree is reasonable and we should do, let us spend very little time persuading ourselves about it. We call it in the church preaching to the choir. All right, so on that note, the chair here appeals that you support those resolutions and invites comments on every resolution. We are not limiting discussions on those resolutions. We are only appealing that if you again continue to discuss them, you're just eating away our time that we need to discuss much more contentious and divisive bylaws instead of those ones that we all on this side of the table seem to have complete agreement on. The floor is open to discuss the resolutions. Let me just do a check. Do we discuss in a strict order, or do we allow discussions in any order that the person that has the mic feels, but we limit discussions after some time so that we'll have enough time to vote without overrunning? Or do we just continue until there is no more comment on any resolution? Which and what appeals to members? So I'll do a check with a show of hands, just to be able to gauge the feelings in the room. Do we discuss sequentially or randomly? All in favor of sequential, let me see with a show of hands. Thank you. All in favor of randomly, let me see with a show of hands. Those who really don't care, you are there, you don't really give it. You don't really give a big letter D, let me see. So discussions will be sequentially. A round of applause for members. Since discussions will be sequential, we don't have to do it in such a way that the crying baby gets the most milk. Because what that means, if we do it sequentially, we have finite time. That means we'll spend too much time on the initial discussions. So what makes sense is to then limit discussions. So a certain number of minutes on a certain resolution. But if we save time on one resolution and we want to burn it on another resolution, so be it. So on that note, the chair proposes that since we have 20 resolutions and 1 hour, shall we agree?
We have 30 minutes.
Sorry, APB is just cautioning me that we have 40 minutes. That means 2 minutes per resolution. All right? We're taking these decisions incrementally, and I'm sure we're taking note of the consequences of our decisions. We are responsible for them. So, It means, members, 2 minutes per resolution. I like to check. Are we in agreement with 2 minutes per resolution? All in favor, show of hands. Those against, same sign. I love this community. You are the best. A round of applause for yourselves. Please, if you are a guest or visitor or friend, please give this community a round of applause. They deserve it. All right, thank you. I'd like to appoint Christian Bob as my unofficial timekeeper. Just bang the mic when we are exceeding 2 minutes on each resolution. So I open the floor for discussions on resolution 1, special resolution 1. The mic is open. Can we please limit ourselves to the intervention? Let's keep the history, the genesis out. Let's shoot straight to revelation. Mic is open.
Hello, Good morning, my name is Mark Elkins. I am actually one of the very few associate members at the moment, and I really don't like this because it makes my membership as an associate member completely pointless.
Thank you. Any other comment? Any other comment? Seeing none, I believe members have made up their minds how they want to vote on that resolution. Thank you very much. We now move on to resolution number 2, special resolution number 2. Clarify that the terms bylaws or constitution may be used interchangeably. The floor is open for discussions. I expect those who will be discussing will be those who don't want it to be used, so that we don't waste too much time. Okay? Seeing no discussions, the chair takes it that this is simply grammatical construct and membership have a clear understanding. I'd move on to special resolution number 3. Clarify that all registered members in terms of bylaws, Article 6.3, and only such registered members must be registered in terms of the Company Act as members of the company. The floor is open for discussions. Discussions on special resolution 3. Seeing no discussions, the chair moves on to special resolution number 4. State that directors must act in the interest of AFRINIC as a whole, regardless of their regional affiliation. Discussions on special resolution 4. May I request Comms Department, if there is any issue coming from the chat rooms, kindly notify the chair with a show of hand. We want to make sure those following us online have the opportunity to contribute to the discussions. Seeing no comments on special resolution 4, the chair seeks to request comments on special resolution number 5 that splits the 2 paragraphs of Article 13.5 into 2 separate articles for clarity. Discussions on special resolution 5. Seeing no discussions, seeing no comments, I'd move to special resolution 6. You know, these are those special days that you pray that may it continue like this. I thought some people would say amen to my prayer. Oh, I spoke too soon.
And okay, that's working. The initial bylaws used to have a two-term limit. It was removed 3 years ago about 3 years ago, because it was decided that the community would be able to determine whether they wanted a director to sit more than 2 terms. By having a director sit more than 2 terms, then it enables the board to easily have on time and retain institutional memory. The obvious advantage for keeping it to 2 terms is that there is a chance of new fresh blood flowing through the board. But just because you remove this doesn't stop new blood from coming onto the board. And with all due respect, I don't see much new blood anyway going through the board, and no one so far has ever gone over 2 terms. So I really see this as being somewhat redundant. And the second point here, requiring a 3-year break, is in fact completely new. That was never in the previous set of bylaws. So is actually making this, from my opinion, slightly harsher, because it makes it difficult then to, potentially more difficult to retain institutional knowledge. I would like to note that I understand that Aaron, and I know that RIPE does not have such a clause in their bylaws, and it does therefore allow that institutional memory to stay in those institutes. Here we're going to lose it.
Thank you very much, Mark. May I invite if there's any discussion for the introduction, because what Mark has done is to discuss against the introduction of the term limit. Any discussions for? If there's no discussion, okay. Thank you, Fiona.
Fiona Songa for the record. I think if we want to be able, knowing the way the community has conducted its affairs in the last couple of years, if we want to be able to continue to progress and to move forward, I think it is very important that you have this in writing, because part of the conflict we have had in our community is we assume that we are understanding each other, and then we are not. But if we have it clearly written, then that will enable us to be very clear about what you're talking about. Honestly, if you have served on the board for 6 years, because 2 terms are 6 years, it is only fair that you step down for at least 1 term, 3 years, before you can come back. And there will be no loss of institutional memory, because the entire board is not getting out at the same time. Remember, we rotate the board appointment, it's rotational, so that means there is no worry about institutional memory, because during that rotational period, information has been shared, and the board is still free to consult the community and you as a former board member within the community to give input on issues that may not be clear, so long as you remain part of the community. We are not losing institutional memory, and therefore I support the resolution and the introduction as has been presented.
Thank you very much. We have thus heard arguments for and arguments against, and I think members know how they want to make up their mind. You want to come back to challenge?
I would like to come back and challenge on that. Institutional memory would be memory from board members more than the current term limit of 6 years. So institutional memory would be memory going back 9 or 12 years, not just 6 years. So I would disagree with Fiona on that. And I would like to point out, though, I would hate that the current board, much as I like the current board, I would hate the current board to be there forever and ever. That's not what I'm trying to look for. I would not like that at all. But then I wouldn't allow that to happen from my vote.
Thank you very much. On this particular issue, I frankly will not express an opinion. But if I was not the current chair of the board, I would have offered opinion, because if you look at the records very well, I happen to be the longest serving board member, one, and I have also left the board after serving 2 terms and taken a break for 3 years and also come back. So I happen to have fulfilled both sides of the equation that we are talking about, whether for or against. In my case, it has also worked for, and it has perfectly worked for against, so I therefore shall not offer opinion. But if in the near time of tomorrow, I need to be consulted upon, I will do well to charge very well for my consultation. All right, so we'll move on to the next special resolution, which is special resolution number 7. I like the discussions on the last special resolution. It was to the point, it was vibrant. I like to see such moving forward. Special resolution number 7. Limit the number of directors who may work for the same organization or reside in the same region. The floor is open for discussions. Let's keep it to the point. Let's keep it focused. Let's keep it fun.
Richard Jonathan from Tenet. One question, is the intention also to include directorships in companies? It says here that it limits the number of directors who work for other companies, but would it include also those who have directorships in other companies?
We didn't, that was not discussed at some point, and I don't think we should bring that in now. That would cause confusion. Work is what was considered, because what we are saying, for example, if I understand you, is if 2 people are directors on maybe the board of ISOC, for example, and they come to AFRINIC, we will not have their I don't think that's the intention. The intention is for those who work are remunerated in their organization. And I think that was not the intention of that resolution.
Thank you. No, I just thought I'd mention it. For some point in the future, we need to consider that as well.
Thank you. We didn't really bring that into the equation, but it's noted. Alan, we need to note that so that it doesn't cause confusion later on.
Mark Elkins here. I think that's a very good point that Richard has brought up, and I would assume that the general thinking would be if the directors are executive directors, then they are from the same company, and if they act as non-executive directors, then they are not from the same company.
Correct. Council would have a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fact, the real test would be remuneration. If a director is remunerated, and as Mark said, is an executive director, is an employee. Employee would work. In all other cases, directors, they remain director, not an employee. So the test should be this. Is it an employee? It fails the test. If not, it passes the test. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council. I'd like to move on to special resolution number 8. Still on 7?
Yes, still on 7. Other question, because we've got 6 board members representing regions and 2 non-geographic. So how do we avoid getting from the same region in the case of the non-geographic? I have not quite understood the introductory statement of that resolution. Same organization is very clear, but same region?
I'd like the CEO to clarify.
Okay. If you look at the printout of the actual text of the special resolution, you will see under Special Resolution 7, there's this new clause to be introduced, and the second part there, subpart 2, says not more than 2 elected directors shall reside in the same sub-region. Sub-regions are defined in Article 13.5. So not more than 2 shall reside in the same sub-region during any period of tenure of office. So that is the wording, and it means that if you ever have 3 from the same sub-region, then you're in violation of this clause, and that can't happen. One of them would have to resign, or if it's an election, then one of them would have to not be elected. I hope that clarifies, Fiona. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Elkins.
Mark Elkins, I'd just like to ask a question of the board. Mr. Andrew Alstein, which area are you from?
I'm an independent director that represents the whole of AFRINIC.
Order. I have not recognized you, Andrew. Please relax. Mr. Elkins,
May I rephrase my question then?
I would have preferred if you did that before asking it. I would also have thought that this would have been a question for NOMCOM to verify if at all it is a challenge. One of the reasons why we have NOMCOM is to do those background checks instead of putting people on the spot in a place like this. Number 2, I would advise, and this is a passionate appeal, that we look at resolutions agnostically. Let us not begin to fit people into resolutions. I would prefer if that discussion does not go personal, please, or for example. So let us look much more at the bigger picture instead of people. The intention is what matters, not the specifics. Alan Barrett.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to clarify. In the summary which you see up there, I've said no more than 2 from the same sub-region. That's actually a summary, a paraphrase of the text. But if you read the actual text, it says reside. No more than 2 of the elected directors shall reside in the same sub-region. So if you come from somewhere and you move somewhere else, what's important in terms of the actual wording of the bylaws is where you reside. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, CEO. And that actually is the point that I would like to make sure is in people's minds, because I'm sure Andrew I'm sure that some people live in different areas. For example, if I may use myself as an example, I travel and am a British citizen, yet I reside in South Africa, and therefore I would take that as being Southern Africa being the area that I live in. And I know that there was a lot of discussion on the mailing lists which seemed to try and put people's citizenship rather than their residency into question. So thank you for the clarification.
Thank you very much. I thought you would say you carry a British passport. You are an African, so mind how you phrase things so you don't confuse people. Okay. You are an African, you carry a British passport, correct? Thank you. All right, I'd like to move on to I'd like to move on to special resolution number 8 now, but thank you for that discussion. It was quite useful. Special resolution number 8. The floor is open for comments. See no comments. The chair would like to move on to special resolution number 9. I trust you know that special resolution number 8 is one of those resolutions the board is passionate about and appealing to you to pass because it's important. Special resolution number 9. to clearly specify that no more than one key position may be occupied by the same person. Discussions? See no discussions. I'm sure we're happy with that and we know what to do. Special resolution number 10. Harmonize the method of replacing directors for different reasons. Discussions?
Richard Jonathan, tenant. Again, a question for clarity. Would it be wise to say that this resolution, the change, should be read or limited to the article contemplated in Special Resolution 6? Because could there be a situation where somebody is at the end of their 2 terms, and then in terms of this, they'll be allowed for a 3rd term? Or did I misunderstand that?
Sorry, I don't get your intervention. Okay. What is wrong?
My question is, the smooth transition proposal says, should there be no eligible candidate for a particular seat, the director already in office shall be deemed to be reappointed. Now I'm asking, should this director who's deemed to be reappointed already be at the end of his 2 terms, and the special resolution proposed in 6 is adopted? Would that be a restriction?
Oh, you're asking if there's a conflict. All right, Alan. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Let me try to clarify the intention here. If number 6 passes and you have a director is at the end of their 2 terms, but there's no other candidate from that region, and so they automatically get reappointed for another 1 year, I suppose that would be a conflict with the 2-term limit, and I'm not sure what the legal answer would be. Perhaps the legal advisor could clarify, but I can clarify something else, and that is that automatic reappointment, if there's no suitable candidate, is only for 1 year, and at the end of that 1 year, then the new 13.1 would come into effect. So 13.1 subparagraph 1 says there'll be a meeting to appoint directors where vacancies occur as a result of, number 1, expiry of the term of office. So that's normally it's going to be the expiry of your 3-year term, but occasionally it might be expiry of a 1-year term when there's been an automatic appointment if there are no other suitable candidates.
Excuse me, I should have stayed here. I do understand and I respect the intention of it. So that means somebody would have 6 years, and just for this purpose, you will have an extension of maybe 1 year. But effectively, it's a violation of what we intend in Special Resolution 6. And although the intention is good, somebody could come and object after somebody's been appointed to that position. So we just need to get some clarity on that.
Okay, without prejudice to the comment of the legal advisor on this, because I like Ashok to talk, I still would think that interpreting the bylaw would also require the experience and review of the board of directors. So I think the board, in consultation, will still have that opportunity, because we're speculating on the things that will happen, but indeed we are trying to clean up further. So I'll ask Ashok to make a comment, and then we'll take Mark's comment and we move on.
Thank you, Chair. As it is the practice in my profession, unless a text is voted and is being enforced, we cannot either interpret or give comments on it. So if the earlier SR6 passes, and we find that there is, with SR10, some conflict somewhere, either we'll have to make SR10 subject to SR6 or SR6 subject to SR10. So once we get the text in, then in the application, we'll have to do some adjustment. That's the whole purpose of having it today. Thank you.
So that wonderful legal interpretation from our learned counsel, Mark, do you still want to display your ignorance? I hope you know it. Mark knows it's a joke, please. Mark knows me, so I don't want people to think I insulted Mark. Mark, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mark Elkins. From the history that I retain regarding the board, we've only been near this once, which was 8 years ago when East Africa was up for elections, and there were 2 seats to fill, and there were only 2 people to fill those seats. That's the closest that we've been near to that happening. But I really do believe that the advice from the legal advisor is superb, and I would like to see point 6 subservient to point 10, if possible, from a stability point of view.
Thank you very much. So it's noted as 6 shall be less than 10. Thank you. Shall we move on now to resolution number 11? Remove the ability for the board to disapprove nominations for board elections. Remove the ability for the board to disapprove nominations for board elections. Discussions on this resolution. Seeing no discussions, I'll move on to resolution number 12, which is prevent modification to the bylaws by the registered members, aka Board of Directors, without support of the resource members, aka community. See no discussions on this, I'll move on to special resolution number 13, which seeks to clarify the process of endorsement for policies introduced by the board in terms of bylaws section 11.4. Discussions on resolution number 13. This is looking just too good to be true. It's more like a fairy tale. Resolution number 14. Require consultation before the board changes the fees. Any comments? All right.
Came from the community.
Resolution number 15. Special resolution number 15. Harmonise 13.41 and 13.42, where one mentions recommendation of NOMCOM and the other does not. So that upon recommendation of NOMCOM shall be in both articles or subsections. Seeing no discussions, I'd like to move on to special resolution number 16, which wants to give members the power to recall a director.
Call it a faculty. Call it a faculty.
Seeing no discussions, I guess discussions against can only come from the board, isn't it? Fiona, you still want to discuss against? You are not a board member.
No, I'm not a board member. But as a community member who's been involved in the IANA transition and the accountability mechanisms that we've put in place into that document, as RRIs, we are also expected to adhere to and to align as much as possible to what is happening in that space. And I think I want to commend the board for enabling this power to the community, because then it will help us align to what is happening in other circles that we engage with. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. See no other comments? I'll move on to special resolution number 17. I see Monsieur Benjamin at the back. Sorry, I need to change to a long-range lens. Yes, Monsieur Benjamin.
Thank you very much, Sunday. I would like to comment on what Fiona just said. The difference between ICANN and AFRINIC is that ICANN doesn't have members. And that's why now the community is the empowered community. It is the member, the sole member, if you want. So AFRINIC is different. They have members. So the accountability process should be different. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll move on to special resolution 17. Special resolution 17, which resolves a difficulty in approving the financial statements. I'm sure those in Point Noir will remember how I was put on the spot and caned for that. So, any discussions? Seeing no discussions, I think it's becoming obvious how to make the community agree on things now. Put them in resolutions. Special resolution 18, which seeks to remove the limit of 5 proxies per person. Discussions. Discussions on special resolution number 18. Seeing no discussions, special resolution number 19, which removes the restriction that a candidate cannot carry any proxy. Seeing no discussions, candidates would seem to be able to carry their own destiny in their own hands. Last but not the least, special resolution number 20, which would clarify the limit of 5 proxies per person if we do retain the fact that candidates can carry proxies. I hope we understand that it would become consequential only if resolution number 18 above fails. Seeing no discussions again on the resolutions. Mr. Ben.
Thank you very much, Sunday. I think that with the electronic vote, this issue of proxies should not be available anymore, because anyone can vote from where he is, and there is no reason to be absent. So this issue of proxies has always been a problem, and it is better for me, in my point of view, to remove it and keep the electronic vote as a mean for everyone to vote, and there is no reason to not vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ben. Much as I totally agree with you that we can do away with the evil of proxies, the truth is that technology is running at a faster pace than law. Law recognizes proxies. Technology has a solution, which is in form of electronic voting, but law has not caught up with the fact that we have the answer to the problem they seek. So I think it is noted, and our wish is that the law would develop as quickly as the geeks and nerds are doing, so that law can recognize the fact that there is a solution to proxies. Okay, so on that note, I'd want to thank everybody for a wonderful contribution that has made us save so much time and would give us the time to spend more time on the beaches later. A round of applause for yourselves. So before we go on into voting for this, I'd like to give Alan Barrett the floor to explain some tiny details for your attention, please. Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, community, I'd like to remind you of the voting process. If you are a registered contact for a member, then you have a vote. If you have a proxy that has been duly completed and authorized, then you have a vote. You may vote online through the electronic voting platform, and I encourage that because it will make it easy to count the results. So you have a login to the My AFRINIC system. You log in, you give your username and you authenticate. You'll get a little menu on the top bar. You click elections. You get a list of elections. You click the special resolutions for this SGMM. And then you'll get a set of 20 questions. And for each question, you answer yes, no, or abstain. And at the end, you confirm your vote. It should be quick and easy. If you need help, AFRINIC staff are standing by in the little room just off the boardroom. You may go through if you go out the main door and turn right immediately and go to the very next room through that wall that I'm pointing at, they can help you if you need help. The other way of voting is by paper ballots. You will have to prove who you are and that you really represent a member and that you've not voted electronically. You can be issued a paper ballot. It's on this blue piece of paper. It also has 20 questions where you can answer yes, no, or abstain for each of those 20 questions. And paper ballots are not valid unless they have been stamped with a special stamp, which AFRINIC staff have. So if you have your own printer and try to photocopy these things, we should detect that attempted fraud. Okay, thank you. So I ask the election committee staff to bring the ballot box. If you have a paper ballot, you may put it in the box. Otherwise, you may vote electronically. Thank you. So we're going to vote right now, and then we will break for the refreshment break, and we'll announce the results afterwards. I see a comment at the microphone.
Mark Elkins here. On the website, it says that this particular ballot operation closes from an electronic point at 12 o'clock GMT.
Yes, I think it says that, but that's not accurate. What actually will happen is at the same time as we close the paper ballots, we will also close the electronic ballots.
I think that is unfair for people who are looking at this remotely and have already read that the electronic part of this closes at 12 o'clock GMT. I was asked by someone what the time was, and I went onto the internet and looked within the voting system itself. Sorry, Alan.
Okay, I'm not aware of this closing at 12 o'clock GMT that you referred to. When I discussed this, I tried to make it clear that it closed at the same time as the paper ballot. So please give me some time to consult my staff, and the chair would like to comment.
I think we don't have a problem with extending it. Yes, please. I think as a community, we should not have a problem with extending it. What it just means is that we will not be announcing the results until about the same time we are announcing the governance committee results. So I think if the community is cool with us getting the announcement of the results later, so that yes, we may know what the ballot results are, but we just extend the time for the electronic voting so that we can then collate that with the ballot. I think it will solve the problem, so we don't run foul of our own process. Mark, can you confirm the exact place on the website, please? I'd like to see.
It's in the blue piece. It's actually in the voting process itself.
So that's 4 p.m.
Does it?
Mauritian.
That's 4 p.m. Mauritian time.
Yeah.
I didn't do the website.
That's 4 p.m. Mauritian time.
Yeah. Yes, the directors are in agreement here that announcement can be done online. Do I see comments from members? We're still waiting for Alan to consult with the staff, but we'd like to decide and move on. So we will take an interim count of the ballot on the floor and take the final count when the electronic votes are collated at 12 noon GMT. Is this okay with members? I need to hear voices on the microphone. That will be 4 p.m. Mauritian time. I don't think anything is lost. This is resolutions, not candidates. For candidates, I will worry. Members, comments, or do we move on? I think you are happy with the way we've proposed, isn't it? I just need one person to go to the mic and say, thank you, board.
Yes, thank you, board, and I think we don't have the choice.
Thank you. So now you may proceed to mark your ballot for the special resolutions, and I hope ECOM will provide the ballot box in front for people to drop the ballots. Alan has asked me to tell you that when the online votes are collated, an announcement regarding the status will be made in this room at 4 p.m. So for those who would like to be around and not on the beach, please be here to hear the announcement. All right, so Alan, please let the ECOM tell us the procedure where to drop the ballots.
No, but they will have cleared by the time we vote for the next source. They will have removed here. They will have cleared the boxes. The boxes are not different.
All right, members. We now have these clear plastic ballot boxes. You can see, please, could members of the election committee hold up the boxes to demonstrate that they are empty? Okay, so we have 2 empty boxes. If you have a paper ballot, you may now vote. Put your paper ballot into the box. And as you do so, staff will check that you have the special stamp to authenticate the paper. Then afterwards we will count.
Alan, please check the stamps at counting.
Okay, fine. The chair has requested me to check the stamps at counting instead of at voting time. That's fine, we can do that. Then we will have a tea break. We'll come back after the break for the next part of the meeting. Then during the break or after the break, we will call for volunteers from the other RIRs to assist us with the counting. Sorry to spring this as a surprise to you. We will announce the results of the paper ballots at some time after the counting is finished. Meanwhile, the online voting platform remains open until 12 noon GMT or UTC, as it says in the voting system. That corresponds to 4 p.m. local time in Mauritius. After that point, we will get the results of the electronic voting. We will add that on to the results of the paper ballots to get a final result. We will announce that result in this room if anybody is still here, and we will also announce it online. Thank you.
It's my wife.
Break time. Break time.
Okay, I see no further voting. You have 30 seconds to vote if you have not done so already. Then I will close the boxes. Okay, is there anybody who's still waiting to vote? Yes. Please, sir, vote. I want to close the ballot and allow people to go for coffee break and allow the counting to begin. Right, I see nobody still attempting to vote. The ballot boxes are now closed. No more voting. The counting may begin.
Ouais, ouais.
I'm currently a lecturer at Multimedia University of Kenya. Actively involved in ICT governance, policy, and regulatory matters, both locally and internationally. Over the last 10 years, I have come to understand the issues that the AFRINIC community need to be reviewed and improved. This range from legal, structural, as well as procedural relationships within
No.
between the AFRINIC board, the AFRINIC organization, the AFRINIC membership, and the AFRINIC community at large. I believe that I am best placed to articulate these issues between the different stakeholders so that we can all build a bigger and better AFRINIC. Please vote for me so that we can make this AFRINIC governance committee effective. Thank you. Greetings. I hope you had a fruit. Greetings. I hope you had a fruitful AFRINIC meeting. I regret that I was not able to be physically present in Mauritius so that you can get to know me better. However, some of you may already know me since I was a board member representing East Africa region for 2 terms.
We get your point.
Yes, you want to talk to me?
Can we have those outside coming? I have something very, very important to discuss. Can I have everyone seated, please? The room is kind of scanty compared to what we had. Okay, I see Fiona is not in the room. I see Abdullah is not in the room. So many other people. Please, can someone just help me invite those outside? All right, before I invite NOMCOM to conduct the GC election, I'd like to draw our attention to an issue and the way the board is proposing to resolve the issue. Two things, two separate things. The first is that we agreed earlier on that we'll extend announcing the results of GC online to 4 p.m. But we were going to announce the paper ballot results here. I have been advised that that might not be wise to do because that then gives the people online a bias to vote a different way. So it begins to make sense, and I want to present it to you for your concurrence so that we do not announce the online paper voting here first, but that we announce everything at 4 p.m. May I request a show of hands for all those who agree with the board on this? Thank you very much. You are wonderful people. The second issue is that it's also come to our attention that the 4 p.m. close of online electronic vote also applies to governance committee. And that puts us in a very tight situation, but we can resolve it the same way. And the resolution seems reasonable to keep the blood pressure of the candidates high until 4 p.m. All in favor of keeping the blood pressure of the candidates all high till 4 p.m., please signify with a raise of hand. Okay, I have been asked to rephrase. You know I like to catch my phone. Because we stated on the website that voting closes at 4 p.m. Mauritian time. And let me explain so that we would appreciate the situation. Somebody was asked to put it there 12 o'clock. Somebody put there 12 GMT. 12 GMT is totally different from 12 o'clock because 12 is Mauritian time, 12 GMT is 4 p.m. Mauritian time. Now, what this means is that if we had previously published that online voting will close at 4 p.m. Mauritian time, and we suddenly close it after this election, we may have disenfranchised some people. And whatever will open us to legal challenge, we should avoid. So it makes sense from the advice of the legal counsel and members of the board that we do not announce any of the results till 4 p.m. The implication is that the candidates will be very, very anxious. We are not too anxious. We just want governance committee members. I'm sure the candidates want it to be them. So obviously the tension will be on the candidates. And what I am just asking the community is, do we hold on that the community should support the board, that we do not announce the results as carried out by NOMCOM and ECOM until 4 p.m. Mauritian time. So all in favor of this, please put up your hand. Thank you. Those against, knowing fully well that that would open us to legal challenge, please signify by putting up your hand. Seeing none, a round of applause for this community. And my sympathies to the candidates. All right. The announcement will be in this room via email to the community list and also put on the website. Just before we move on to elections, I'm sure you are aware we have a legal counsel. Legal counsel, please wave your hand. We also have a company secretary, AFRINIC Limited, and representing the company secretary here in our SGMM today, I'd like the community to welcome Ms. Fabiola. Please stand up, take a bow, and let the community welcome you. A round of applause for our company secretary. This is her first time at our meeting, and she told me she likes what she has seen very well. All right, so at this point, we'd like to invite NOMCOM as the board steps down to conduct the GC election. NOMCOM, please. Board members, follow me.
Good morning, good afternoon. No, it's still morning. Good morning, everybody. Mark Elkins here. I am the chair of NOMCOM, and I don't have a clicker yet. I wasn't sure that the chair was going to even let me get up here. He speaks and he speaks and he speaks. Anyway, first of all, I would like to introduce you to who NOMCOM is. Like I said, I am the chair, but in the audience, we also have Janvier. Janvier, can I ask you to stand? Oh, there you are. Okay. And we also have Chris Seaburn. Chris is here. Chris is the board representative. And missing from our number is Douglas. He had commitments that he could not break away from, unfortunately. So NOMCOM, we have the tasks of making sure that for any election, we get the right number of candidates with the right qualifications. We're allowed to set candidate rules. We collect the nominees for the slate. We are also allowed to go out and solicit nominees for the slate, which has certainly happened this time. And at the end of the day, the chair gets to announce the results to the community. I expect an empty room at 4 o'clock, though. For the governance committee itself, this is the timeline that was given to us. So nominations were opened back on the 11th of September for a month. We went through a review process where the candidates, the nominees were given, names were given to the board and things like that. There was also a chance for the candidates to make sure that they properly complied. The e-voting system was opened a week ago, and Today at the SGM, the e-voting should be closing. The mandate given to us by the board was that the process should be as similar as possible to the general board election process, and that has definitely been our primary thoughts. Being the very first time that we're looking at governance committee, there are three seats to be elected by the membership. So from this year onwards, there will only be one seat, and that election process will happen at the first May/June meeting, the AIS meeting, but this year it's being held in November at the last meeting. There is a rule that we should only ever have one person per AFRINIC sub-region. So we can only have one person from North, one person from South, East, West, Central, and Indian. So that gives us an opportunity to have at least in this case, three of the 6 regions represented by the membership elections. So yes, the initial elections are for the 3 people from 3 sub-regions, which also means that if there are multiple people from the same region, it's definite only one of those people can actually get on. And the other mandate that we were asked as NOMCOM to do was to look for gender balance and diversity. So we went explicitly out to look for gender balance. And I believe we've achieved that. How the seats and the years are decided. So we're looking for 3 people, but we're looking for staggered terms. So the person who gets the highest count shall sit for 3 years. Then, unfortunately, any other person from that same area will be simply dismissed because we can only have one person from one area. What is left, the person left then with obviously the next highest count shall sit for 2 years, and anyone else in that same area shall be dismissed, leaving the person left with the highest count. That person will sit for 1 year. So that's 3 seats. But as you know, nothing to do with NOMCOM, but just for informational purposes, there will actually be 5 members of the Community on the Governance Council. So the board shall select by whatever means they feel is correct to find another 2 people. Now they're obviously going to wait to see what happens here because they will also select 2 people from, but obviously not from the same sub-regions of people already elected. And they will also, and those 5 people will be the voting members. The board will also have a representative from their own number. That board member will not have any voting rights, but therefore can be from any of the, presumably any from the AFRINIC sub-regions. Like I said, NOMCOM is not involved. For completeness, there's also a secretary and a legal representative. So the current methodology that we work with and how this election is being run is that a candidate cannot carry any proxies, but a candidate may have the votes of the organizations that they represent. Other attendees at the meeting can carry up to 5 proxies. Notice it says attendees and not simply members. Should I stop at this point and allow you to, Alan, to please go ahead, Alan. It's working now, Alan. All right.
I'm sorry, I don't know what's up with the microphone. Mr. Nomcom Chair, could we go back to the previous slide, please? I'd like, no, the one about the regions, yes. Next, about the regions, no, next one, this one, okay. No, sorry, may I? Okay, there we go. There are 5 voting seats on the governance committee, as Mark said. 3 of them are elected by the community in exactly the way that Mark explained. 2 of them are selected by the board, and I think Mark made a small mistake in how that is done. In terms of the regional requirements, the community must elect its 3 people from 3 different regions. The board must also choose its 2 people from 2 different regions, but there is no requirement that the board's selection and the community's selection should not overlap. It is allowed that the board and the community could choose people from the same region. In my personal opinion, the board is unlikely to do that. The board has regard for diversity requirements, but the board has the power to do that.
Thank you very much for the clarification. My apologies for getting that wrong. Okay, so other attendees at a meeting can carry up to 5 proxies. So the governance committee, the election process then is by proxy, which would then be exchanged for a ballot paper on site. And the vibe I get at the moment is that's not happening, which is really great. By ballot paper at the meeting, which is also great. And the easiest, from my point of view, methodology is the electronic vote. Started on the 23rd, the electronic vote, and I've actually got it as ends when the paper ballot ends on the 30th. So I think I got that correct. So we initially started with 7 nominees, and 1 person has since withdrawn. So we have 6 nominees. 3 of the nominees are from the same regional area, or AFRINIC sub-region, which is East Africa. So of the 3 faces that you see on the board, 2 gentlemen, 1 lady, only 1 of them from this election process will be on the governance committee, or has a chance of being on the governance committee. So we have John Wallabengo, who is not here, but he has given me a video. We have Abdullah, who is in the audience, and we have Caroline, who is in the audience. If we look at the other areas, you see I've done very well on the gender diversity. So from North Africa and present, we have Wafa. You may have noticed her a few times. She's been doing the right thing. From West Africa, we have Isatu. She's unfortunately not here in presence, but I have what looks to be a very, very professionally done video sent down from her. And then from the Indian Ocean, we have Zim, and I believe she should be in the audience as well. I've seen her around. So technically, all of 3 of these faces could be elected, unlike the first slide. So we will then go through a process where each candidate will be allowed to present for about 3 minutes. I'm not going to be too strict. One of the videos is a 1.5 minute, one of the videos is 3.5 minutes. So I'm not going to be too strict about that. After each candidate has presented themselves, We will look for community reaction, which is questions, which I forgot last time. We will then have the paper ballot voting process, and we will then at 4 o'clock close the e-vote and come up with a final tally and announce the results. So this is all 6 people, and this is now time for candidate presentations. And what I would like to do is do it in order, which would be left to right, top to bottom, which means that the first person that we are going to hear from is John Walabengo. Can you please roll the video?
Greetings. I hope you had a fruitful AFRINIC meeting. I regret that I was not able to be physically present in Mauritius so that you can get to know me better. However, some of you may already know me since I was a board member representing East Africa region for 2 terms. For those who may not know me, my name is John Walabengo. I'm currently a lecturer at Multimedia University of Kenya. I'm actively involved in ICT governance, policy, and regulatory matters, both locally and internationally. Over the last 10 years, I have come to understand the issues that the AFRINIC community feels need to be reviewed and improved. This range from legal, structural, as well as procedural relationships within and between the AFRINIC board, the AFRINIC organization, the AFRINIC membership, and the AFRINIC community at large. I believe that I am best placed to articulate these issues between the different stakeholders so that we can all build a bigger and better AFRINIC. Please vote for me so that we can make this AFRINIC governance committee effective. Thank you.
If we can go back to the slide deck. Okay, so the next person to present themselves would be Abdallah. So can I invite Abdallah up to the stage, please? If anyone has questions for John Walabengo, after Abdallah's presentation, then can I ask those questions to be brought to the floor, and we will try and pass them on, and I will, Chris, perhaps you can type them into WhatsApp to John or something, if there are any, but please keep them short and sweet. Abdullah.
Good morning. My name is Abdallah Omari, as you have been told. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Kenya Network Information Center. Kenya Network Information Center is in charge of managing the .ke top-level domain. Now, the reason I'm here today is to present myself as a candidate for the governance committee. I have been a CEO in various organizations for over 10 years, and I have quite an experience on how boards work and how to be able to interrelate between the board's needs, the shareholders' needs, and in this aspect will be the board, and then the community, which are the interested parties in other companies. As a CEO, I have appreciated the challenges which usually the board gets, and the challenges which the community gets trying to communicate their needs to the board. And I've also appreciated the interested parties who look at an organization and wonder, is this organization meeting our fulfillment? Of course, within the laws and regulation required in various aspects. Qualification-wise, I have the required qualification for this position. I have some qualification at degree level in management and leadership. So I'm trained in interpersonal relationship. I also have an advanced degree in finance, which means I can seriously understand financial documents and see if the organization is sustainable and is able to meet the expectation of the board. I'm also a member of the Institute of Directors. That's a Kenyan body which enhances good practices within board governance. I'm also a member of Kenya Institute of Management, which is a body which ensures that top-level management adhere to certain codes. I'm also a member of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants, which is a body which looks at how the accounting practices are done, and I think basically each region has an accounting body. Please vote for me. I've presented myself to you, and I'm ready to give the experiences I've gathered over the years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdallah. And if you have questions for him, remember, after these presentations, we'll have an opportunity. Caroline, you're the next candidate.
Thank you, Mr. Elkins. Sorry, I have a small allergy. My name is Caroline Mwangi from Kenya. All I can say is that I won't lie to you, I've not been at the marketplace for long, but I like challenges, and that is what has seen me grow in my career. I've only had one employer so far, Copycat Group, and I started, let me just give you a small journey of my career. I started as a management trainee as a company, and went there for 1 year, then eventually was taken to be part of the networking business unit, which I served for about another 1 year, and then I realized I wanted a bigger challenge. So I walked into when I went in the company, I was told it's an open door policy company. So I walked into the owner's office and I told him I wanted a bigger challenge. And he couldn't understand me, so he couldn't get me. I brought in some ideas, he still couldn't see it. So I went back to my desk and I realized this is not what I wanted to do. So eventually I started venturing into innovations and I got an interest. And eventually he got to listen to me. So last year I helped pioneer our company to set up an innovations business unit. I got the position November of this year, so I'm currently the head of business, the innovations business unit at Copycat, something that has not been seen in a long time. So, and it's an experience, it's a journey. I'm learning from people much older than me, but there's nothing as actually I enjoy being with them than being with my other friends, because there's so much knowledge that they get to give you. So I've surrounded myself with people who are much older than me, people that can impact me positively, and that's the same kind of encouragement that I want to bring to the community. I believe it's not about age, it's just about going the extra mile, and I believe that I'm capable of doing all this, but I can't do it without you, so I'll need a team, and I believe with you guys in the room and the interactions that I've had with various people, I've been so humbled to meet most of you, and I believe working as a team, we'll do this together, and I'm very open to correction. So if you see me going through a hiccup, I'm very open-minded and I'll be happy. So at the end of the day, it lies in you, but I'll be happy to work with you guys. So thank you so much. And thank you, Mauritius, for having us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Okay, so please understand that only one of those three people ever has a chance of making it. Shame. Anyway, I love this job. Next person would be from North Africa. That would be Wafa, if you would like to come up.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody. So I'm Wafed Dahbani. I'm from Tunisia. From North Africa, of course. I have been working ITI for 17 years, and I think the African community here is becoming familiar with ITI. We have just signed an MOU with AFRINIC for a certified IPv6 center this day, so we are helping also with our office, the community. I am head of internet resources in ITI. I am also one of the 3 ALAC members in which is an at-large representing the African region, which is an at-large structure within ICANN, and I have been recently elected as an FTLD member within AFRINIC. Being planning our .in and being involved in our IPv6 strategy locally allowed me to be active and engaged with our key actors for the internet issues, and also permitted me to be active also broadly with AFRINIC and ICANN. And I think this allowed me to have some backgrounds and some experience in governance issues and internet issues. I'm here to ask for your vote and support because I think that with this background and experience, I can be of an effective and added value to achieve the mission of this governance committee, and also to ensure the gender balance and diversity. But I think in this time, seeing the candidates, we have to support the men. We have only 3 men, I saw. So gender balance today is for men, not for women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wafa. And we now have the next person, which is a video presentation. This is from West Africa, and this is from Lesotho.
Mr. Chairman, fellow AFRINIC members and colleagues, greetings from the smiling coast of Africa. My name is Aissatou Sekaja, and I am from Gambia, in the western region of Africa. I have a background in IT and network engineering, and I am CIO of a company called QCell in Gambia. Firstly, I would like to apologize for not being able to be there with you in person due to prior scheduled duties which conflicted with this event. However, I believe a good number of people in this audience may know me or probably have seen me around because I have been involved in the community for over 15 years now. My involvement in the community began as a participant in the inaugural AFNOC network training workshop way back in 2000. That was held in Cape Town, I believe. And since then, I have volunteered for many years as an instructor and also as a member of the program committee responsible for organizing the annual AFNOC workshops and conference. I've also volunteered for some AFCHIC workshops. So I would like to say that I have had the privilege to witness and follow AFRINIC's journey, which I would say is an interesting one, from its inception to where we are today. As a representative of an organization, I have participated in several annual meetings and have keenly followed online discussions on matters of interest. But my motivation to join the GC, first and foremost, comes from the deep passion that I have for the development of our continent, which I believe can only be achieved if we establish good governance principles and structures in our organizations. But also, my motivation comes from the fact that I feel that every now and then we need to inject new blood in our community, probably bring, new fresh ideas, and possibly look at issues from a different perspective. I believe governance is a bottom-up process and should be consultative, transparent, and accountable. I have never been involved at the board or committee level with AFRINIC, so I will be coming to the GC with an open-minded view to provide advice that would be objective and beneficial to the community. I believe I have the necessary governance experience to take on this role because on a personal level, my husband and I have grown a very small ISP in Gambia to now become a 3G company with over 500 staff, which we are running alongside with other sister companies. So I may know a thing or two about corporate governance. Also, I am very involved in my local community in the IT area, and I've served in several boards and currently serving as the inaugural chair of the Circular Internet Exchange Point. I also serve as an advisor for the Untitled Chapter. On a final note, I would like to seek for your support to be elected to the GC, and I look forward to serving the community to the best of my abilities. Thank you, and God bless Jerry Jim.
I would like to think that if I wasn't present and I had to put video, it would look like that. Very professional. If Isatu or John are listening, I understand that there will be some questions given to all candidates. So if you are available, just be aware of this, please. Okay. Last but certainly not least, we have a representative from the Indian Ocean, from in fact Mauritius, this wonderful island, Zim.
Hello everyone, I'm Zaim. I'm from Mauritius. Is it okay? And I hold a bachelor in engineering and a master's in business administration, as you've probably seen from my CV. But most importantly, I think I've been involved with AFRINIC and AFNOG since a very long time ago, since 2001. I was in batch for following the tracks and training tracks, the 2 training tracks that were given then, along with Madvi, who's now a manager for registration services at AFRINIC. And the knowledge that I have gathered then has been with me over the 18 years that I've worked in networking. And providing IT services to in various organizations. This is my main motivation for being here and standing up here today. I've gained a lot from being part of this community, of being part of making friends and having an international exposure. And my main motivation is to be able to give a little bit back, if you allow me to do so, by serving on this governance committee. To give you just a little bit background on my professional career, well, I've grown from being a trainee systems admin to being head of engineering at the institution, at the organization where I am now, which is Lille Communications and Informatics. This is a systems integrator in Mauritius. Lille is looking at becoming a member of AFRINIC and providing cloud services in the region. Okay, so I started out as another systems integrator. I moved into Mauritius Telecom, where I met my first sponsor, who is Johnny Lim. And then I moved into Rogers and set up an ISP there, which I set up and managed for about 9 years. After Rogers, I moved into TNT Business Solutions, the BPO side of TNT Express, the logistics company in Mauritius. And as the IT manager there, I was providing services internationally and making use of my internet and networking knowledge quite a lot. Afterwards, I worked in Accenture. So I think my knowledge and my experience in multinational companies will help me ensure, will help me bring to AFRINIC some notions of how to ensure good governance across large organizations and across international organizations. I think financial management, accountability to objectives set by stakeholders are extremely important. And this is what I think I can bring to this organization. And okay, I look forward to any questions that you may have. Thank you, and I hope you will vote for me.
Okay, so that's all the candidate presentations done, concluded. So the next item on the agenda here is community reaction. We're looking for questions, nice, easy questions. Mr. Andrew Alstein, I see you.
Don't worry, I'm going to be very nice. And my question is going to go to all candidates. Now, let me say, as an introduction to my question, people would have noticed that I'm pretty open about the way that I go on any AFRINIC election, and normally I go out and I endorse the people that I feel are the people I support. In this particular case, due to my lack of knowledge about the candidates, I've actually refrained from doing that. And as such, this question will sway the way I vote. And I'm saying that to the candidates. This is not just some idle question. It is meant for information that will very definitely sway which way I go. So what I would like to hear from each candidate is, in your own words, to me, explain to me what you believe the actual function of the governance committee is. What is your impression of what this committee is meant to do?
Use the nearest microphone to you. Any order, I don't mind.
Yes, thank you, Andrew, for this question. For me, for the experience I already have within the ALAC, which somehow an advisor body for the board of AFRINIC, for the community and the board of ICANN, we are giving advice about all what happened, policies, PDP developments, anything is made for the interest of the consumers. For me, this community will be an advisory body about all what happened within ICANN in terms of policies, nominations, processes. That's my own understanding of this community. It's advising.
Hi. Well, thank you for the question, Andrew. For me, the governance committee should, well, like Wafa said, advise, but what I'm also looking at is probably lead and propose solutions and see where there are currently problems in the bylaws or the way that processes or policies are actually being put forward, and propose new rules that would make AFRINIC more accountable. And I think the financial responsibility and financial management is also extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you. So for me, I believe a lot in research. So I'm thinking, in my thinking as a governance committee member, I'll have the responsibility of advising the board, and more to that, looking at what people out there are doing that is working for them. At the end of the day, I don't believe there is need to reinvent the wheel if other policies are worked elsewhere. So it will be about getting information on what works for us, advising the the board and the community on how we could probably do the policy development process in an easier way, and looking at what other people could be other areas, how they've achieved the different goals through their processes. And if that has worked for them, then we can replicate some of the things in our own processes. It's just a matter of advising the board and also directing the community on how to go about probably handling relations and how to go about interacting with the board. Just being kind of like also a middleman between the two.
Thank you for the question. Governance is like oxygen. You know, if oxygen lacks in this room, that's when we'll know it's very uncomfortable sitting in this room. But when it's okay, we are comfortable. So with good governance, there will be a good operation between the board and the community and the shareholders. Now, what's the role of the governance committee? The governance committee is to look at the policies and advise the board that these policies, for the smooth and smooth interaction between the community and the shareholders, this particular policy has to be tweaked this way.
and advise the community if you want certain information or you want certain aspiration from the board, these are the processes to follow. The other thing is the governance committee assists the board to set its KPI, because the same way the management is evaluated on performance, the same way the board has to be evaluated on performance. So the governance committee is there to assist the board to come up with KPIs so that we agree within this period we need to have attained these, and this is how management will assist in this, and this is how the community will assist to set up, to come up with these KPIs. Thank you.
Is there anyone that could represent Isatu or John? Is that why you're up here?
I have a question.
Or it's another question?
Yeah, it's another question.
Just to finish the first question, if there's anyone in the room that wants to represent Isatu or John and knows what they would like them to say, then please let me know. I see nobody. Okay, another question.
Okay, this is Christopher from Liquid Telecom. One question to our candidates. What are the key governance challenges in Africa, and what solutions would you adopt? Thank you.
Very open-ended.
Thank you for the question. Our key challenges are regional. It depends on each region. Each region has its own unique challenges. We have regions which have accountability challenges. It means the financial processes are not clear. We have regions which have leadership challenges, which means there's no proper mix on processes of electing the leaders. We have regions which have challenges on assets, because if you don't put in inputs and you expect there to be a harmonious interaction, it will be a challenge. So I'll say it is situational. It depends on the region and the challenges within that particular region.
Yes, for me, the big challenge. For the big challenge in Africa is the infrastructure nowadays. We are not able to give access for everybody in Africa, and we have not equal access with this good quality. And for me, the main challenge that we can build after we have achieved the challenge, we can build on it.
Hello.
Okay. Sorry, I think in terms of
Thank you, Fiona. So, from an honest point of view, I think leadership would be the key one for me, because that's what has impacted me the most. I think how we even handle the entire process would need some tweaking. It's not bad, but I think that there is a challenge, and that was my main motivation for this.
I think one of the key challenges for me would be education, to use a democratic process, and just for the leaders, but for the population across Africa. And I think that's one thing that has to be learned, and people have to be educated to know how to get to use a bottom-up approach. And this is very important for institutions like AFRINIC, where we do need collaboration. And in terms of governance, I think it's important to understand and write down and agree on principles of what makes good governance in an institution. And I think it's an open book in Africa right now. It's important to do it as soon as we can.
Thank you very much. I take it there's no questions from the online system? No, okay. Do you think I should allow 3 questions from the same company?
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, again to all candidates. When looking at governance, obviously we have to balance the interests of many people in order to keep things smooth. Now, one of the things that has become very aware to myself anyway, is that AFRINIC is currently very divided in many ways. There are factions, and we see it very obviously in the room every time we go into a policy meeting. And I'd like to know from each candidate, in looking at governance that affects the organization and trying to balance between the interests of the various factions, how would you deal with this? What are your views on the factionalism that currently haunts AFRINIC so badly?
Perhaps I can put a restriction on that and just ask the candidates, can I ask you to hang on 60 seconds? Can I have the candidates answer that and do it in no more than 2 sentences?
Okay, I have Isa too, who has responded to the first question.
Okay, I understand.
From my understanding, the governance committee is an advisory body that will consult with community and provide non-binding advice to the board on policies. And she has given another answer to the second question. The major challenge for me is leadership, being able to listen, having a transparent and accountable process.
Okay, I believe John is actually giving classes at the moment. That makes it very difficult for him. So can we have Andrew's last question done in no more than 2 sentences?
Yes. The press is already big and Andrew is making it bigger and bigger. So yes, Andrew, it's a very interesting issue, but I think I can't give the answer today. It will our task when all the members will be on board. They have to work hand to hand and see for these issues together. It's not really simple to respond to this question.
Thank you for the question. I think when you look at factions are basically in psychology, those are some interrelational interests which you have and some interrelational interests which are not being met. So basically, I may sort of go with Warfa's answer. We need to know what are those interests which are not being met, because you have to meet the personal interests before it fits into the community interest. And that's a fact, to see how those ones can be accommodated within reasonable.
I think for me, I've been, like I said, I've attended quite a few meetings of AFRINIC over the past years. And I was quite surprised today to see the faction, yesterday especially, during the policy meetings, and the heated discussions and the factions. I haven't seen that so much before. I think it's a very important question to address. And I would be interested to understand and talk with people to know what are the root causes. But at the end of the day, consensus is necessary. And we need to get to decisions and we need to achieve things. This is the purpose of this organization. And how would we do that is only by opening and listening to people and trying to get to the root causes and finding common interests and trying to bring people together. Not trying, bringing people together. And I think we have quite a few very good leaders on the board and other people who can help do that. Thank you.
Yes, I would also double up what she says. Since we already know what the problem is, I think it's a matter of effective communication. If we're also able to increase different channels, not just the mailing list, there could be other ways of remote communication that will probably seek to include everyone who may be feeling left out. I think it's just a matter of effective communication and people feeling bold enough to step up, being encouraged to step up and say what it is that they feel they're probably feeling oppressed about, or what it is that they need to be represented on.
Thank you very much. I hear that John is trying to come through, and if he is successful and he does come through successfully, anything else that's going on at that time will interrupt on for John's benefit. No more questions. Okay. So the next step then is to decide with the piece of green paper in front of you. Should I be giving guidance? Okay, on the green piece of paper in front of you, there are names. There are boxes alongside the names. You can provide up to 3 crosses or ticks, or however you mark your ballot paper. You can have 1 tick, you can have 2, you can have 3. You can obviously not have more than 1 tick for 1 candidate.
Sorry.
I hope that's obvious.
Sorry, excuse me?
I see you.
Yeah, this is Sean. I just want to be sure, isn't this supposed to be ECOM that is doing this now? Just process. So, is he the chair of ECOM?
I'm not the chair of ECOM. That's why I looked to one side. You want to do?
Okay, thank you, NOMCOM, for presenting the candidates. Now the election committee will take over. When you collected your ballots earlier, you probably got both a blue one and a green one. You can still vote electronically online, or if you have a paper ballot, you may vote on the paper ballot. You may not tick more than 3 names, but you may choose 1 or 2 or 3, but not more than 3. And as the chair of the chair of NOMCOM explained earlier, the 3 winners will have to be from 3 different regions. So when we have counted and we determine the one with the most votes, anybody else from the same region is eliminated. Then out of those who are left, we find the one with the most votes, and that one serves 2 years, and anyone else from the same region again is eliminated. Then we see out of those who are left, the one with the highest votes will serve a 1-year term. If you have no confidence in any of the candidates, then you may tick none of the above. And what was not stated earlier is if Mr. None of the above wins the election, then we're going to have to try again later. Okay, so I call on the staff to show that the ballot boxes are empty. We've not pre-filled them with any forms. If you have a paper ballot, please fill it in and come and vote in the front now. If you are eligible but don't have a paper ballot, then you can still vote online. And in the same way as we handled the special resolutions, we'll count the paper ballots as soon as we can, but the result will only be announced this afternoon at after 4 p.m. Okay, thank you. Please come ahead.
Okay, so it looks like everybody has cast their ballots. Is there anybody else in the room that has not cast their ballot? You have 1 minute so that we can allow for counting. Thank you. Lala. Janvier, have you cast your ballot this time? Alrighty, closing in 10 seconds. And voting closed. Thank you. So let me call our lovely volunteers that helped us earlier to come and we redo the tallying. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thanks everybody. The voting is now closed and we are counting. The counting will continue in parallel with the other business. So I now ask the chair of the board to resume his control of the meeting.
Thank you very much. CEO, may I request other members of the board to join, just in case I would need shields from bullets. Board members, please join us on stage. Thank you. I understand the last board member to join us today will be buying whiskey tonight. Lucky you are volunteering to pay for the whiskey. Any other volunteer to buy whiskey for the community? Christian Bob, I want to save you some money. Where are you? The last board member to get here will be buying drinks for the community. I'm a generous chair.
Chair, there is a problem with that. There are rules about people who are discharged bankrupt serving as directorships, and you would force that situation.
All right, thank you very much. Right, while the counting is going on, what the board thinks is reasonable is that we close the SGMM formally and then allow some time for open mic so that your voices can be heard and we can continue the fellowship of good community building. So on that note, we thank the volunteers as they continue the difficult task of collating the votes. And I'd want to thank every member for the ease with which we were able to work on the special resolutions. I want to thank especially our legal counsel and the CEO for the hours they burned and all the staff that supported them to get this to happen. I'd fail in my duties if I don't thank you, the community, who took the time to look at these things and decide how you want it to go. Let me be clear that I have confidence in the fact that those resolutions that the board is strongly interested in will go the direction we have requested. And for the other resolutions, however it goes, that's what democracy is all about. That's why we have choice. That's why we did it. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I would want to bring the special general members meeting to a close by requesting a motion from the floor to close the meeting.
Mark Elkins, can I propose a motion to close the meeting, please?
You may proceed, Mark.
Then can we close the meeting, please?
A seconder to that.
Fiona Songa, I second the motion tabled by Mark Elkins to close the meeting.
Thank you very much. I hereby declare the special general members meeting closed by thanking members of the board for the wonderful support you have given me. Please, a round of applause for your board members. The mic is now open for open mic. Let me just say that the way we'll run it is you'll be clear whether it's the statement to the community, whether it's the statement to the board, or whether it's a question to the board that requires an answer. If you don't clearly state it's a question to the board that requires an answer, the board may not necessarily respond because we want to hear the voice of the community. But if you do say it's a question to the board, the chair would be kind enough to invite any member of the board who is sized on the issue to respond. So on that note, the mic is open and we'll keep it for a few minutes that we have before we then close it. So it shall be closed at the discretion of the chair. Open mic. Please, can we use the two mics in front so that there will be some order and in alternate order? Mr. Benjamin, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Sunday. It's only to correct what I said before. I misunderstood what Fiona said about recalling the board members. Yes, it is necessary that the members and the community have the possibility to recall the board members. I apologize that I misunderstood her. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Arsene?
Yes, this is Arsene Tungali. I'm a fellow. So this is my first AFRINIC meeting. Mine is not a question, no, so I don't require the board to answer in any way, but it's just a comment. I would like to thank the fellowship committee and thank the community who is supporting the fellowship committee and the board, of course, who is also supporting the fellowship committee. This is my first meeting, as I was saying. And if we strengthen the fellowship committee, I think it's a really, really wonderful and good tool because it's helping some of us who, who wouldn't made it if it was not for that fellowship. So I really commend the work, the board and everyone, every member of the community who is empowering the fellowship committee to keep on bringing more young voices. I'm very young, as you can see. And so, yeah, that was my point, to just congratulate and thank everyone who is supporting the fellowship committee. And please, if you can, if there ever will be a resolution to, to like cancel or to close the fellowship committee, I'll be one of those members that will stand and say no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Thank you. Christopher from Liquid Telecom. This is a comment to the committee. No, not really to the committee, to the community. Just my personal observations. There looks to be some kind of a divide between the regions, or rather the sub-regions. And this is my second meeting here. The first one was in Botswana. So, and I think...
Chris, please, can you speak up a bit? It's kind of low.
Okay.
Or move the mic closer to the mouth.
It's right at the mouth. So this is my second meeting. The first one was in Botswana. And from my personal observation, there looks like there is a divide between the sub-regions. And I don't think that works positively towards coming up with policies and objectives that will really help Africa going forward. So this is my appeal, and my mic is really breaking. This is my appeal to all of us. Can I change the microphones, please?
Please, you may change sides. I think there must be some electromagnetic voice fields holding your voice down.
My appeal to the community is for us to go forward, for us to move Africa and AFRINIC forward, then we need to work as a team. We need to look at policies as policies, not policies as people who are making those policies. We need to be objectives when we make contributions, because at the end of the day, it's my contribution, your contribution that help us make decisions. So what I would appeal to all of us, let's go back with that piece of information, think about it, so that when you're making contribution, whether online or here, it's because of the community. It's because of that one person that could not come to this conference. It's because of your mom or your dad or your brother or your sister in that village, so that together we are able to come up with policies. We're going to come up with processes that are robust, that will make us move Africa forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we take other comments, may I request Christian to resume as my timekeeper? I'll give 1 minute to every intervention so that we can do this professionally. So please keep what you would say to 1 minute so that it gives floor to other people.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm Wycliffe Mutaiti from West Indian Ocean Cable Company, WIOC. My question goes to the board. I was keen during the policy development, and I realized there was a lot of heated debate and name calling and roughing up maybe people, and that was not going well maybe with most members, as you might have realized the mood. So my question to you is, what are you planning, or what is the action item towards moderating that and ensuring that people don't go emotional and off point during those policy development sessions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just say straight that the policy meetings are not moderated by the board and should not be moderated by the board. I think what people should take away is that the board is very, very organized. The board is very, very disciplined, and the board is very, very composed in the way it manages the affair of the organization. One would have wanted the board to draw inspiration from the community, but we have a situation where the community seems to ignore the fact that life runs best when there are some rules of engagement. At some point in the past, this board worked very hard on a community code of conduct and released it. And of course, we were bashed heavily by the community for daring to introduce a code of conduct. But some months later, the board was called by the community to please enforce its code of conduct, because there are some people within the community who are not abiding by it. We try, we watch, we look, but we try not to talk too much, because when we do that, we may end up not going well with, let me say, some people within the community. But I think the appeal is right to make now. The board can only continue to appeal that it's our community. Let us think first of the interest of AFRINIC. Perhaps in the process of thinking about the interest of AFRINIC, we might be engendering mutual respect. I think that would be the comment I would make as a response from the board for now. But if the board needs to make additional comments, we shall be making a comment on the community members list further on. But for now, please take that as the comment from the board on the issue. Thank you. Next comment.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My name is Dave Kisundoyal. I'm the NOMCOM member of ICANN. By the way, we have the chair of the NOMCOM, who is present, Mr. Hans-Peter Holland, who is at the back. I have one question to the board and one appeal to make. I just hope that I be able to do it in the lapse of 1 minute. My question to the board is, as I can do 360 reviews for its board members, does the AFRINIC board has any review for its board members, especially for those members who are applying for reappointment? This is my question. Now coming to the appeal. Okay, the ICANN 2017 nominating process is going to start shortly. We are selecting this year 3 board members for ICANN and 1 member representing the African at-large committee, ALAC. So since we have the African community members present here, my appeal to the community is please do apply once the application period starts. Do apply since we want to have more African people. Last year we selected just forgot his name. He was present on Monday here. We selected 1 person from the African region, but we need more people if we want our voice to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll answer the question and leave the community to take note of your generous offer for more African participation in ICANN. Regarding the question whether the board conducts a 360-degree evaluation, the answer is no. The board does not involve itself in the business of representing candidates, or for that matter, recommending candidates for re-election. The board, beyond providing data to the community, which is done in form of the activity updates of the board, where we report to the community the various committees and involvements of members of the board, and also get members of the board who head such committees and activities to report exactly on what they are doing and also answer those questions. That more or less gives the community the insight into the activities and performance of each board member. But the board as an entity does not go a step further to recommend anybody for re-election, or for that matter, to enhance the ability of the community to make a choice. I hope that addresses your question. Next.
Hi, David Delario. Just a quick question regarding resource requests with the AFRINIC. From the discussion I've had with people, it usually takes 3 to 4 months for someone to make an additional allocation request. And looking at the statistics on the delegated stats, there's around 2.5 resources issued per working day. And just wondering if it's normal that it takes that long for new resources to be issued and there's so few resources per day.
Thank you. I'll ask the Chief Executive Officer to respond to that question, please.
Thank you. The amount of time taken for applications depends on a great many factors, such as the size of the request, the amount of information which is provided with the request. And in cases where the request is simple and where the requester provides all the necessary information in advance, requests are processed very quickly in a matter of a few days. In other cases where we have to go back and forth requesting further information, it can take a long time, indeed up to several months. I'm not sure if that answers the question or if there's something else that I missed.
No, it answered mostly the question. But,
okay.
So on average, most resource request takes only a few days?
No, on average, the simple requests take a few days, but there are very few of those. Perhaps we can do more to educate members on how to phrase their applications to speed the process.
That's what I was wondering, if it's also maybe the requesters that don't have all the information needed initially, or if it's maybe the request forms that don't contain enough information.
Right. I do think we could do better at explaining the process so that people find it easier to give all the necessary information up front.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Jan?
Hello, Jan George. As the sort of external observer to this community over the years, I would like to second what Chris Mwangi said before. We have been observing sort of like a little bit of the growing divide in the community. And I would like also to apply to the community, do not oppose the proposer, oppose to the content, or agree with the content, not with the proposer. Otherwise, we are ending up in a deadlocks, and this is not moving the continent forward. I very much like your continent, and I would like to see it move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elkins.
Mark Elkins. There's still a good half an hour, 25 minutes before lunch, and if we're almost about to wrap up here, can we give some of the time to the PDP process, which didn't have an opportunity to do open mic yesterday? After all the general questions have been asked, please, Mr. Chair.
It's okay for the...
All right, this is all right, members, the request is very, very perfect, but there is a snag, and we will please appeal to the community to understand from the side of the board. The board has unfinished business, a board meeting that we need to conclude, and we have postponed and postponed to accommodate everything. But if we again postpone it, it will hurt us. And chief being that one or two people may not be around, which would affect whatever decision we take at that meeting. It's important to let you know why. But we also note that the co-chairs have informed us that discussions can continue online, which means a window is still open. But it will be difficult for us to continue with those board discussions offline, online. We like to do them face to face. I therefore will want to appeal to the community. I have consulted the board, and it only makes sense for us to use those time we have saved for the board meeting so we can conclude it. Board members need to also participate in all activities. So we won't want a situation where the board is meeting somewhere and there is another meeting constituted discussing policy. It just will not scale well. So may I request humbly that you please allow the board have this time so that we can conclude our meeting instead of ceding it to the policy discussion. All in favor, please a show of hands to the request of the chair. Thank you. Those against? Thank you very much. I thank you. Yes, next.
Vladimir Kangin, company IPTP Networks. I would like to bring some general question and basically make aware of board of what is going on behind, because we talk very nice structure, everything very nice, but it works not as perfect as we wish, probably. So I would like to remind a bit of story which was happened 2 years ago when we was applied for /22, and it was a kind of story of 1 year, and we almost get up to the court case in order to get our /22 assignment, which was very difficult to explain why it's so complicated. Finally, we got it, we start working, we reached the point that we need to expand in South Africa. We apply for the next subnet, and we get request, let's take exactly, so immediate requirements was for /16. We didn't ask something unbelievable, etc. So instead of following, let's say, the standard procedure, we have been asked a hell of the documents, which is normally nobody provide. Then we was get through kind of study and analysis of all our infrastructure. So basically your host masters teams get into the all details, how we do it, where we do, how we buy it, took almost 6 or 7 months, and finally they approve 1/4 of our initial requirements. So as today was mentioned that the crying baby get the more milk, I think it's still applicable for AFRINIC, because yesterday I just talked to Chris, and Chris said you have to tell to board that it's happened like this, because you shouldn't keep quiet. So that is the reason why I'm here. This is the reason why I try to address it. And I'm still questioning, is it normal to process application which was absolutely legitimated with no any, let's say, information which is not clear, etc., for so many months? Is it normal to provide 1/4 of immediate requirements, which are actually comes from our customer commitments and the signed contract with the customers, and we cannot deliver this kind of services with 1/4 of the resources which is we've been allocated? So it's all of these questions are still open. I don't know how you will overcome with this superpower of hostmasters in AFRINIC, but we believe this is not right what is going on. So if you need more details, I would be happy to share all the details of that case. Okay.
Okay, I was consulting with the CEO on the last request, and I'll ask him to make a few statements, and then we'll take it off from there.
Thank you. I recognize that there are often issues with the speed of processing resource requests. I recognize that some of our members are unhappy with the amount of evidence that the hostmasters look for. I am attempting to address this, and I will work with the board to try to improve the process. I thank you for your concern, and I recognize that it is legitimate.
Okay, so just as an assurance, the board would put it on its agenda to look at the mechanism to improve that situation. Okay, thank you. Next comment.
Thank you.
And I would like to close the mic after this comment. So before you make it, the mic will be closed after this comment.
Thank you. Wycliffe again from WIOC. Just a general observation again based on the policy. I realized, okay, from the time we were in Gaborone, that I needed a lot of personal discussion with people to understand exactly what some policies were about. Then I also went an extra mile to understand the policies from the website, and same thing here. I realize most people, maybe newcomers, don't understand much of the policies, and therefore they are not able to actively discuss them. Therefore, you realize people giving the discussions, their points, are almost the same people, round and round and round again. This is my request, maybe to the persons or the group or the team concerned, that we allocate maybe some time slot, and a good time slot for induction purposes, especially for the newcomers in our schedules, so that as they come in, they will understand what happens overall, and much more again on the policies that are in discussion, so that when now they come for the policy discussion forum, they are able to feel in the right place, they are able to contribute, and they are not left alone to just go and ask anybody, what is that about? What was that about? I don't understand this. So that was just my innocent observation, and just ampling that maybe the right team may come up with a way of inducting, especially the newcomers, on the policies, so that they feel in place, maybe for the next time we meet. Thank you so much, Messi.
Thank you very much for your comments. May I invite Board Member Sheung Ojedeji to make a response to that comment.
Okay, thank you for that very important comment. And I think I also kind of share what you're saying as well, and I see it as something that we should look into. One of the things that perhaps comes as a possible way forward could be to look at how we can engage newcomers during the newcomer session, because we normally run a newcomer session. So maybe we can do that differently by probably bringing in, doing some introduction of policies that are currently under discussion, policies that are probably coming up, or the ones that are existing, which are active, and perhaps also having the newcomers meet the authors if they're actually physically present. So maybe that will help an initial introduction whereby before the face-to-face session of the PDP, then they will have informally met the authors, discuss things with them, try to understand the process, trying to understand the content of their policies, and maybe when they come to the floor, they will be able to contribute in a more informed and historical and constructive manner. I think it could be something for staff to take notes, maybe, and then, yeah, I think that's just a summary for now. But thank you very much for that comment, and I think we'll look into how we can improve on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Board Member Sheung Ojedeji. Well, distinguished members of the community, the mic is closed. The AGMM is also closed. What we have, sorry, the SGMM is also closed. What we have now is whether the CEO and his staff have announcements for us for the remaining days of the meeting. Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will now, as we end the meeting, we still have lunch. You should have received a lunch coupon. If not, you can get one from staff. This will conclude the meeting. As we've said before, the results of the votes on special resolutions, as well as the results on the Governance Committee election, will be announced later this afternoon, both online through email and the website. and on site in this room. I don't think I have any further announcements, and I don't see anybody frantically waving at me. So thank you all for your attendance, and I hope to see many of the same faces at our future AFRINIC meetings. The next one will be in Nairobi, Kenya, in about 6 months. Thank you very much.
C'est bon. Un, deux. Deux.
Also, we just made the screenshot of the online on a projector. Chris.
Apparently Mark is changing. Where the hell is Mark?
Allô? Allô? 1, 2, 3. Allô? 1, 2, 3. Allô?
Here comes Mark. Can you actually put some pants on?
So this is the e-vote. For the governance committee. Could you just handle this?
Why are we displaying this? We're supposed to display the totals. This is not the final. This is not the result. Take it off the screen, please. We decided not to announce the separate parts of the result. We're only announcing the total.
It's all been cleared away.
You may, I suggest to first announce the three names and then to announce the numbers. All the numbers.
Well, do you,
Okay, everybody, we have final totals. So three people in no particular order.
3 years first.
All right, 3 years first. The 3 years first person is Isatu. Isatu from Ghana, West.
Sorry,
Gambia. And, okay, we'll go straight on from that. In second place, we have Wafa Damini from North, Tunisia. And she will serve a 2-year term. For the 1-year term, we have Abdullah Omari, Kenya East. Congratulations to all three people. Scores? Yeah. So the scores of the three winners and nothing else. All of them?
I think so.
Well, then we should project this.
Okay, fine.
We'll put it up on the projector.
We'll arrange for the numbers to be projected.
Sorry, you were pointing this, so he did the job, yes. So this spelling is incorrect.
All right, so here we have the numeric results. These are the totals of the paper ballots plus the online ballots. We've added them together, and these are the final results. So the three winners that we announced earlier are obviously the three that have the highest numeric results. They all came from different regions, so there was no need to eliminate anybody. Thank you very much. I will be sending email with these results in the next few minutes as soon as I finish typing it. Meanwhile, we're still busy tallying the totals for the votes on the special resolutions. They'll be announced as soon as we are ready. Thank you.
You will be in your few person. Your document, your travel document. No, you're leaving Thursday. Okay. Just check. Sorted differently. That's alphabetical. Too difficult to deal with. Things are different.
What should be the percentage of the total votes that, of the total ballots or of the members who were present?
Only no, yes divided by brackets, yes plus no those members.
Okay. No abstain.
Ignore the expression. Yes, please.
I'm sorry. We use that again?
Yes, you may. May I have 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will use it again. You have one. Oh, you're highlighting it colors for more than 75? Yep. As soon as we have this, please note it. It's some typographic errors.
Yep. yeah, that's our community.
Okay, good afternoon everybody. Please could we have the results scrolled up, zoom in so the text is readable please, and scroll up so I can see the first few. Thank you very much. Okay, here are the results. For special resolution number 1, we have 71% yes, which means the resolution fails. We need at least 75% to pass. The percentages are calculated as the number of yes votes divided by the number of yes votes plus no votes. Okay, so abstentions do not count towards the calculation of 75%. Okay, special resolution number 2, 76%, resolution is passed. Special resolution number 3, 71%, resolution fails. Special resolution 4, directors must act in the interests of AFRINIC, 47%, resolution fails. Wow. Special resolution 5, a simple typographical correction, fails, 72%. Special resolution 6, term limits, 46% fails. Special resolution 7, limiting the number of directors from an organization or region, 48% fails. Special resolution number 8, conflict of interest, 79% passed. Special resolution 9, one person can't hold more than one of the important jobs, 79% passed. Special Resolution 10, harmonizing the way we replace directors, 79% passed. Sorry, 78%. Special Resolution 11, take away the board's ability to disapprove nominations, 39% failed. Okay, so next time the community complains about what the board does, we know. Okay, next page, Special Resolution 12. Scroll. Well, what's happened here? I think it was exported to PDF, so there's a page break. Okay, all right, scroll up, number 12. Okay, Special Resolution 12, prevent the directors from changing the bylaws unless they also have the consent of the broader membership, 76% passed. Special Resolution 13, if the board introduces a policy and the community rejects it, 75%, that's just on the borderline. May I ask my staff to check that result very carefully? Is it 74.99 and you rounded it up to 75, or is it really 75? 75.32, thank you, so that's above 75, it's passed. Special Resolution 14, tell the board that they can't change the fees without consultation with the community, 77%, it's passed. Special Resolution 15, put the words on the recommendation of the non-com in two places in the election process instead of only in one place, 78% passed. Special Resolution 16, allow the members to recall a director if they think the director is doing a bad job, failed. Okay, so the status quo remains. If a director is doing a bad job, the other directors can remove him, but the members cannot. Special Resolution 17, so that the members adopt the financial statements instead of they approve the financial statements, 77%, it's passed. Special Resolution 18, remove the proxy limit, 59%, it's failed. Special Resolution 19, remove another part of the proxy limit that a candidate may not have any proxies, 60%, it's failed. So the proxy limits remain. Okay, Special Resolution 20, 43%, it's failed, and that was to clarify the wording around the proxy limit. So we still have the old wording, which is still subject to interpretation. Okay, thank you very much. I will be sending these results to the mailing list, and we will publish it on the website in due course, like within a day or two. Thanks very much, everybody. I understand that you would prefer to be at the pool. I do appreciate your coming to listen to the results. And my congratulations to the winners of the Governance Committee election. I am sure that you will do a good job. Thank you. Goodbye.